Okay, I think I'm back again. I'm not sure exactly what caused that problem, but it says we have an excellent connection, but I'm not sure that I believe it. Okay, it looks like we're back. Hopefully we're back for good. Sorry about that. And okay, so I'm going to repeat what I was talking about before I may have gotten disconnected. And so what I'm considering here, I'm going to go back into texture shaded mode, and I don't know what the hotkey is for filament mode. Okay, so it's not, oh, because I'm not on my computer here. So we're going to go into texture shaded mode again. All right, and so what's occurred to me, before I do all this, I want to make sure that I have everything in the right perspective, okay? Sorry about that. Yes, I am back. I'm back. Thank you, Angus. Thank you. I hope we get connected again. So here, what I'm going to do now is, okay, Ed. Yes, I am back. I'm very sorry that I got disconnected. I'm not sure what happened, but all of a sudden I looked over and my stream, my Google shuts off if I'm not sending a good stream. And so, which is kind of good because I wouldn't have known and I would have gone on for an hour talking and wondering why nobody was saying anything. Okay, it's occurred to me that if I make this star field too close, this cube that I'm going to fill with stars, if I make it too close, then I can't put clouds like in front of it because the clouds are kind of big, and then I'm going to want to light the clouds from behind it, and I'm not going to want the light that hits the clouds to hit the star field because then the light will light the stars, and that's not going to be right because it's not going to look right. So the star field has to be quite far away, and it has to be gigantic, okay? So we're going to go back. Now, my camera, I believe, is okay. I think I can lock it again. If I didn't already lock it, we're going to lock it, okay? Okay, the camera is locked. So now I'm going to go back to perspective view, and I'm going to take this star field and move it much further away, like way back there. So that it's in its own space, okay? And then when I go back to the camera view, you can barely see it in there, and I'm going to scale this up now. I'm just going to scale it X and Y. So X is across like that, and Y is up. So that now let's take a look at this again back through the perspective view. And when I bring this down, okay, there is our star field, okay? And so now it allows me to put some clouds here in front and light them from underneath, possibly where the moon's coming up and it's lighting the clouds, but hopefully not have it affect the star field. And I could move the star field back, but I think that's far enough. I'm not sure. I'm just going to try to get a happy medium. So the star field, the cube for distance away is, let's see what this is. It's 43,696, I think, meters. I'm not sure what these are. And I think 1 meter is, so it's 4,000 of these little cubes maybe back. But that's just to let you know how far it is from zero. It's 43,696, I think, meters. I'm not positive. Or centimeters, I'm not sure exactly, but that's the basic measurement for your Z, and that would count from this little point in the center back, okay? So it's minus 43,696. Just for anyone who wants to emulate what I'm doing, just, or maybe so somebody will know not to use that number because it doesn't work. Okay. So either way, because I've never done this before and I don't really know what I'm doing. So we're going to go back to our camera view. Okay. And now I have to create a sphere that the sphere is going to be our seed sphere. And I don't know if that's the correct word to use for it, but it's going to be the sphere that I copy and put all through this cube. Okay, that I fill with this cube. So let's go into our and we need to select sphere. And definitely 50. I like to have my spheres round. I don't like to start out with a cube sphere, but since we're going to have so many of these, I'm going to go like with a really kind of not very round sphere, okay? So we're going to go with like 15 and sides 15 and accept, and let's see what this does. See, that sphere almost looks too round even with those. So I think I'm going to go with 10 because we've got to duplicate this many, many times. So let's go with 10 and 10 and see what this looks like. See, I think for something that's very, 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 very far away that this is going to look fine. Okay, so I think we might even be able to get away with 5, but okay. Now, I have to put some kind of emissive on the sphere, and I have to remember how to do that. Now, there is an emissive shader. I don't know how do you spell emissive. E-M-I-S-S-I-V-E, emissive. Okay, that doesn't, okay, let's see. Somewhere in the shaders. And I can never find this. Even with my keyword, I can never find this emissive shader, but I know what it looks like. And so, at some point, okay, these are emissives as well. Those are emissives, but I just would like to find the uber base emissive. Something that's very simple. Now, I believe if I change the seed that all of the, there it is. No, that's not it. Okay, orange, these are, oh, there it is. That is our emissive texture, and I actually have to have it selected here in surfaces and double click. Now we have an emissive. Now I know how to make an emissive anyway, but now this has the uber base iray emissive everything map, okay? Just so that if I were to take something and turn it, now the emissive color is white. Let's just leave it like that. Now let's go into iray and see what this looks like. It should be putting off some kind of light. It's the emissive temperature is pretty yellow. And the luminance, now we have luminance. And let's bring this luminance up to, like, let's add 3 nines to it. It's going to just brighten everything up like this. Okay, and let's move it back. Now let's go into... Now, I have a feeling if I try to move this sphere, what happened to it? Okay, the sphere may not be visible. And this is where it might be important to use filament here. So we're going to go into filament and see if the sphere appears. I may have pushed the sphere down underneath the... Let's let filament... See, I do use filament, but I don't use it all the time. Control L. I don't know if the Control L works in filament. I do have a spotlight on, and I'm not sure why that's not. Okay, so we're going to add our filament, create. Where's the filament? New filament draw option. Accept. And let's see. I'm not sure why this is so dark here. Oh, filament may not work with scene only or with these environments, and I'm not sure exactly. Let's go now into tone. Is it tone map filament draw parameters? Scene light scale, intensity scale. Let's go, let's add some 9s to this and see. That didn't do anything. So let's take the 9s out. And light scale, let's go to, let's add some 9s to that, a 9 to that. No, see, that didn't do anything. For some reason, filament isn't working. Filament, okay. All right, so let's go out back to texture shaded and see what happened to. All right, let's go back to iRay and see if my emissive sphere is still here. I may have moved it way in behind here. What happened to my sphere? Okay, it's okay. The sphere, I moved it somewhere. Okay, so I'm going to go back. I think I'm going to take a hunch that that sphere is still visible, even though it's an emissive. So we're going to go to perspective view, and then I'm going to hit this, hold this sphere and zoom in on it. There it is, actually. It may have been, oh, I moved it ahead. Okay, that might have something to do with it. Okay, we want to move it back. And then up. And then we're going to have to put this inside. Okay, I'm going to use this Z. Inside of our cube. Now if I move it back far enough, Z, I'll see it disappear in the cube. And I have to make them big enough, but so we're going to make this big enough so that once it goes inside the cube, now I could make the cube, I could cover the cube with glass or something like that, but I think it's going to be helpful right now to leave the cube with a texture on it, so when this disappears I know it's in the cube. See, I don't want to lose sight of it. It's until I get it to disappear. So now I'm going to scale it up a little bit, and we're going to scale it some, and then we're going to go back. We're going to keep doing this process until it disappears. We're going to bring it up. We're going to scale it. And then we're going to go back. Oh, don't do that. Just keep going back with it. Okay, there it is. It just disappeared inside of our. So now I can go to this perspective view and take and go to the cube. And let's see now. Why? Okay. Something's happened to my plane. My cube, it looks like my cube is no longer three-dimensional. So I have to make the cube so it's three-dimensional. So we're going to scale it Z, I believe, would scale. Okay, we want a positive Z, okay. So enough of these spheres can fit inside here. Okay, now the sphere is completely has completely disappeared. Let's go back to the camera. Now let's click the sphere and move it in a positive direction. And okay, it should come back. Let's go lift this up. Okay, maybe it's got to go in the Z direction. Minus. Okay, that's rotate. Edit, undo, Z. Okay, we're going to go Z. We're going to go minus Z, and it should come back, maybe. I think Z minus. No. What am I doing here? Perspective view. Okay, that's on the other side. Let's bring it here. Let's go back to our cameras. We can see this because it's an emissive. So this is now, if I move it back a little bit, which way is back? There. So we need this to be smaller now because our stars aren't going to be that big. So we're going to scale it down to what we think a star would be. And okay, and then we're going to okay, I'm going to put the star right over his head, but I'm going to move this. We're going to hide the star. So the star is going to come up here. Okay, the star is actually visible. So we need to take the star. Okay, I'm going to make this star even tinier. And then now we're going to push the star back until it disappears. Okay, now, and then I'm going to move this star out of the scene, because this is our seed star. This is the star that's going to be used for all of the, and I want to be able to isolate the star. I wonder if I can actually have the star outside of the I think that might be a mistake by putting our seed star outside, because then it may actually try to populate outside of the box. I don't think it would, because this is a volume. But now when I look at this, I can see that the star is no longer inside. So we have to make sure that we have the star inside the box, that I don't push it all the way through. Okay, so we need it inside. Okay, let's see what we've got. I would say that's inside. That's right inside. Okay, now is the fun part. Okay, now we're ready to open. We'll go back to our camera view, save this scene. We are ready to go into ultra scatter. Okay, and ultra scatter is going to do all the magic for us. Now, this star is now back in the scene, and I wanted to bring it out. I just don't want it perspective view. I don't want it outside the box, but I don't want it. Okay. Go back to the camera view. Okay, I do not want the star, the seed star, in the scene. It's just the way I am. I don't know that there's actually a reason for that, but we're going to do it that way. Now I'm going to take this cube, and I'm going to, if I can, move the cube up. I just don't feel comfortable having. Okay, edit, undo, Z translate, Y translate. We're going to translate this cube up. And I'm going to scale the cube a little bit more in the Y, just to give maybe I might want to render this in this star field. I might want to use someday in another project. So let's just see how big this. Let's go really big with this. Let's go Y scale. And then I have to go back and take a look at this again in perspective view to make sure I didn't mess with the width somehow. Okay, so let's go and take a look at our cube again. Okay, that looks good. And why is it? Okay, there's our plane that the campfire is sitting on, and there is our star field. Camera. Now I'm sorry if this might be taking a long time, because okay, I'm going to save this again. My sphere is up here. Now I can move this sphere up a little more now that the star field's a little higher. Okay. So now this is and the plan is that I may duplicate. Okay, so I'm going to call this sphere white. Okay. And we're gonna duplicate this sphere. So we're gonna right now, before I do anything, so I'm gonna go edit, duplicate, okay, edit, duplicate, edit, duplicate. I don't know how many. Edit, duplicate. Okay, so we're gonna call this sphere, okay, green, and we'll say sphere red, and sphere yellow. Okay, just in case we want other stars, and we're gonna get rid of that. So I think the most, I'm not gonna have a blue stars, I don't think. I could have some light blue. So let's undo that. Let's do a blue. Just leave it in case we want to do like a baby blue or kind of star. Okay. Now let's put all these spheres together into a group. All seed spheres. Okay, so they're in their group. Okay. Now the campfire, the log, the Genesis 8 male, the spotlight, those are going to go into a scene group. Click on that little thing there and scene group. Okay, just to take our scene and clear it up a little bit. Okay, now the seed spheres we're going to start with the white one. Now once I put this into the cube, it's going to change the grouping of this stuff. It's going to move it out of this group probably and put this sphere seed into the cube, and then this is going to become a grouping of ultra scenery. So I'm not sure how this is all going to work. So, but I have done multiple ultra scenery scatters before, so it's gonna create its own hierarchy at some point. I think I'm going to take these out of here, unparent. I'm just going to take them out for the sake of, and we'll get rid of that group for those, because I'm going to let this and the cube and whatever, an ultra scenery, do whatever it wants with these. Okay. Now we go here to ultra is our keyword. This is how you find ultra scenery, ultra scatter. There's a lot of ultras. I have a lot, and want to make sure you use Ultra Pro, because that is the only one that does volumes. Now make sure you have your seed selected, okay, before you open Ultra Scatter. Okay, and now we're going to do a volume. I've done volumes before, and the target object is going to be the cube. Okay, and the number of iterations is going to be, let's start at 2000. Okay, and restrict to camera, no, because it's going to restrict it to the why not? The camera's locked. For now, it might just cut down on a little bit of, okay, distribution. Now here's where the fun, we're going to do a purlin distribution. Okay, these are good. Scaling, 100% is our size. Let's say to 100% to, okay, we're going to go down. We'll go 75%, make some a little smaller, and we'll make some of them, let's say 200. That might be too much. We can go back and tweak this. 3D noise. Let's go with the purlin again. Rotation, they don't have to rotate. Okay, so that should be easy enough. Okay, so we're going to go, let's check and make sure that everything here is correct. Placement random, cube, import, okay, centimeters. I'm not sure about that. Sphere white. Okay, scatter. Let's see what happens. Now it should make the sphere, I might have to make the sphere not visible. I mean the cube not visible. So we'll see. Currently we don't have any sky because the cube is just blocking it. Here we go. Are we going to have stars? Sphere white instances. Okay. I don't see none. Oh, I see some down here. This is strange. Why are they all down here? All right, let's see what's going on with this ultra scatter. Scene group. Okay, this is ultra scatter. Let's move it up. Why translate? All right, let's go to perspective view and take a look at this. It did something. It just didn't do them the way I expected it to. Now where is... Okay. What happened? Okay. All right, let's go back to our camera view. All right, let's see if we can, this is, I should be able to maneuver where we are. This is the front. Okay. The front. There is our, okay. This is the front. Something didn't happen right. And I'm wondering if it's the that I set it for the camera, and I'm not sure. So what we're going to do, rather than move anything around, move the sphere, move anything, let's go back here to ultra scatter, open this back up and dicker with some of the placement random. Okay, the cube, hide the cube. Okay, that's where that is. Okay, this is volume. Okay, mesh accuracy. I have a feeling they're too large, but okay. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Distribution. Elevation. Okay. This is where we have a problem here. Elevation, minimum, maximum elevation is, let's bring this elevation up to 10,000 to 20,000. All right. Okay, let's try this. Volume scatter. Yeah, it's scattering 2,000 of them right now and resizing them all into different sizes. That elevation part is very nice, especially when you go to use the elevation for like where you want trees only scattered so high up the mountain. That is a very helpful. Okay. It looks like it covered the whole gamut, but I'm not sure. Let's go to our camera. No, it did not. Let's go back to perspective view and let's click on our scene group and get closer. What is wrong here with this? They're way too large. So, and they're all jammed into a certain area. So let's go back here to ultra scatter. And it only scattered 700. There's supposed to be 2,000. So for something's limiting it. And okay, maximum. See, that changed it back. Okay, this is the distribution. Oh, that's distribution. Minimum elevation. This is elevation. Okay, and when I went to change that to, it didn't change. When I add another 0 there. Okay. Now the scaling, I want to keep them at 100%. 100%, and we'll go down to 50. So we'll go make them smaller. 50 from 50. Okay. We're not going to rotate, so we don't have to worry about that. Cube. Target object is the cube. And of course, it would put it in a volume. The cube is closed. Select a scatter. Okay, we're not. Review instances, full. Low res tree bounding box. I don't think I have to select any of that. Mesh accuracy, number of instances. Okay, we're going to have no restriction. Okay, volume. We're not going to restrict it to the camera. Maybe ultra scatter has an elevation limit. No, it wouldn't, because the elevation limit is below 0. Okay, so let's go back to the camera view. No, it's something very strange is happening here. This is very strange indeed. It's below like 0. It won't scatter. Okay, it's something to do with the elevation. Distribution, elevation, minus 1,000. Let's not do the minus 1,000. Let's do 0. Start at 0 or minus 10. Minimum fall off. Okay, and maximum 1,000. Octaves, seeds, spacing. Okay, let's try this. This is a gigantic cube. We're trying to really push ultra scatter to its limits. But that's what you're supposed to be able to do with this. It's a no, it's even worse. Okay, we're going to go back in. Can we now go up to like 2000 octaves? Okay, that's change. Okay, let's take the purlin off. Just reset. And leave that at -10. Minimum, okay, maximum. Okay, it's probably these minimum and maximum fall-offs, but I'm not sure. Let's try this. We'll mess with the fall-offs if it doesn't work. That's like a slope where it slowly falls off, and we have fire engines going blazing by outside. I'm not sure what's going on. There they go. They're coming. They're getting closer. Okay, that didn't work. And it's only putting 800 instances here. It's trying to put, and these little stars, they're bigger than I want them, but it is okay. So let's just not let's put some, let's go 50-50 fall off here and try it again. It's probably the fall off. Ultra scenery, I'm really kind of impressed with how kind of simple it is to use. It's not as hard as my brain first thought it was to use. And as you can see, what we're doing here, we're scattering it within a cube, and we're also resizing them, and that's pretty intense that it's doing both of those. Okay, see, this isn't working. It's like my sphere, like my cube is being moved flat. Okay? Let's take a look at this. Let's turn the cube on. Okay, now see, the cube is still let's take a look at the cube. This cube here is where? Right there. Okay, now the proxy's white. Okay. The cube here. Why is it only occupying a certain elevation? That's the problem with elevation. And I really didn't do anything with these cubes. It's not having a problem because our seed element is actually lit up. They are actually lit. So it's not having a problem with the emissive. It's having a problem with the cube. Okay, all right. Now maybe. Okay, let's have the cube disappear again. Okay, maybe there just aren't enough in the spacing so that it's, well, it's only, though, put 811 instances. Why did it only do 800 if it ran out of instances? Okay, so, all right, so let's go back here and let's play with this some more. Fall off. The fall off didn't seem to do anything, so we'll just leave that for now. Now the maximum, and this is the maximum. Okay, elevation, minimum elevation. Okay, so that's maximum elevation. Okay, minimum elevation. Okay, cancel. What if I move the cube down like this way? All right, let's try this again. Now let's go back to ultra scatter. It's like, okay, and minimum, okay, and let's try scattering. Maybe it'll scatter below low for some reason. Maybe it's got to scatter, and then I have to move the cube up with all the scatter in it. I'm not sure. Now I just downloaded and installed the latest NVIDIA update, and the last NVIDIA update broke dForce, and dForce didn't work. And so I believe I tried dForce after I downloaded the latest update, and I believe it worked. But this update could now be breaking ultra scatter. I don't know. Okay, now it says 1,000. So we've gained some. This is really strange. That when I click this ultra scatter object, it's like it only goes so high. And this looks like the height. Now if I move ultra scatter down further, let's say our cube, move it down further. Let's turn it on so we can see what we're doing. Okay, see this, it's down further, and it didn't fill much further down. So let's try just going about halfway, I guess. It's definitely scattered through here. It's the elevation. Search. Okay, those are tools. Let's search ultra scatter. Is this still loading? Okay, find elevation. Okay, I don't need this. Okay. Where did that just go? Okay, let's open this back up. Okay, search. Elevation. Okay, it's still loading. Working on it. Elevation. Okay. The elevation is relative to the scene's world space. This setting to minimum fall off is a range that the minimum elevation setting will be blended. Okay. The distribution curve of the fall off can be selected from the fall off maximum. This determines the maximum altitude that instances can be scattered. The elevation is relative to the scene's world space. Okay, that just all of a sudden started to click in my head. Okay, that maybe what I have to do is create a small one with many, many, many objects in it and then stretch it to the world space. Okay? Does that sound like something possible? That if we create a very small sky field and then stretch it, instances will not be placed above the maximum elevation. Okay, so when I moved it down, maybe it just had a little bit more elevation. Okay, slope. Okay, this is scatter settings. This is the maximum. Okay, this we're up in here in a different orientation. Density control. Spacing. Okay, I think we can. All right, this is Perlin. This is kind of what I wanted. So, all right, that's our PDF file over there. We're going to try a few other things here, but Ultra Scatter Pro. Let's delete this. Let's delete our cube. Let's go back to our camera view. Okay. And let's create a cube that's 1,000 by 1,000. All right, render, connect. We're going to go create a cube, 10 by 10. Now that's a sphere. Edit, undo. Create a cube. All right, we'll go 30, but then what we'll do is we'll take the cube. Why is this calling it a cube and it's a sphere? Let's get rid of this sphere. Is our white sphere still here? Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Cube. Accept. Okay, this is a very large cube, so we're going to go now and scale it to height. Scale, okay, I'm not sure, okay. Let's take our perspective view and take a look at this cube now. Why can't I see it? because we're looking at the sphere. Cube. All right, there is our cube. We want our cube to be slim, so that would be Z, like this. Okay. And we want it wide. X, really wide, like this. And then we're going to take our sphere and we have to bring our sphere back. There's our sphere up there. So we're going to bring it down and Z. Well, we can just move the Z to 0. Okay. And that should put that Q, but it didn't. I don't see it. Z. Y translate. Let's do that 15. Okay, there's our cube. There's our, all right. There is our sphere. Okay. Now I would say this cube can be a little bit wider. Well, actually, we don't need it that wide. We're just going to bring this, okay, this sphere. Okay, there, where's our sphere? Our white sphere. Let's just make that smaller scale. It's 171. Let's go to 50. Okay. Now I'm going to move this down below my scene, okay? And then we're going to work with this in a smaller. So that's what it means by it's restrained by the world space, okay? It just means you have to make everything miniaturized within reason of like how high a mountain is and things like that. And this right now is already, I believe, higher than a mountain would be in this particular. So if I scale this cube down even more, it's going to be a little bit reasonable about the size. Now that our sphere again is here. Let's bring the sphere up and see what happens here. Okay, now Control L, that turns on the light so we can see what the heck we're doing here. Let's go to our sphere and zoom out a little bit. Now the cube, let's turn this off for a moment and so we can see our sphere. Okay, the sphere is still large, so I'm going to go to 20%. All right, and then our cube is here. And let's turn the light. Okay, this looks like our sphere is it's somewhere inside of our cube, but actually I want this. Okay, so we'll go to our cube now and zoom out a bit. And we want to make sure our sphere is down below. Okay, there's our, okay, I guess it doesn't really matter, but let's put this at ground level. And then we're going to put our white sphere and make sure that is down below our scene. That's our seed. We kind of want it out of the way so we can isolate it, find it, change it, alter it. So and if we alter the seed, it should alter all of the colors of the other things. I'm not positive about that, but I believe it does. So now we're going to select this cube. Okay, we're going to select our sphere because that's what we select first. Then we open Ultra Scatter. Then we select our target object, which is our cube. We're not going to bother with the camera. Okay, we're going to go to Distribution. I'm going to say to 0. Let's say 0. Okay, let's do minus 200 minus 200. It may not fill this all the way up as it is now. We're not going to do any fall off, but I am going to do the purlin because I would like that pattern. And then scaling, we're going to go down to 25% to scale from, and then we're going to leave it at 100. Okay, let's see. How do we get that? Enter. Okay. And we'll put the purlin here also for scaling. Okay, now let's do it. Oh, and I only put a few thousand. Okay, and it didn't make the box disappear. But I see a few. I don't even think we had a few thousand. So let's go back here. Let's go back to settings. Cube. Where's the make the box disappear? Oh, we don't have it set for volume. Okay, and it says hide that, and we're going to do this for the amount. It's going to be 2,000. Okay. Volume scatter. We should have something here. Now, did you notice they were actually placed within a reasonable area? Now, if there's none at the top, that means that we have exceeded the world space. Okay, so we're going to be able to expand this out. We're putting 2,000 dots inside this cube. And they're going from 25% up to 100% of our seed. Now the objective would be possibly to just save this object and then just spread it out over any scene you want. It's all these little emissives that you can just spread out and create a star field. So I can have a yellow star field and a green one and just basically stretch them out and put them into any scene and put it where I want it. That's a possible, like, really good scenario here. To just save these particular star fields. That's what they were called in Bryce. Okay, here we go. 92. It's taking longer to do this, so it's almost like something's happening. Something's happening here. Oh, there we go. So we have now a star field. Now, I would say the objective is like, can I move this thing where I want it? Yes. Can I scale it? Yes. See, there we go. So we can move this very far away. And then scale it. Scale it very large. Very, very large. But I would say they're too big. So let's look at our camera view and see what we've got here. Move it up. Scale it more. Wow. This is the first time we've gotten even somewhere close to what we're looking for. Let's look at this in iRay now. They're obviously too big. I mean, it's like snow instead of. So, but I don't know now that I've moved it. Okay, I would say there's too much emission. Their emission is too high. So we're going to see about this now. Look how bright it's creating a rim around him. It's so bright. But we have something. We have something here going on. What are these little teeny tiny things? And notice it does look like it resized them. So what we do is we go edit, undo translate, undo scale, undo translate. Let's bring it back to its original position. Undo scale, undo scale, undo translate, undo scale, undo translate. Okay, I think that's, what's this? Undo translate, undo translate, undo scale, translate, and there should be an ultra scatter, one of these. Undo translate, undo scale, oh, I moved that thing around a lot. Okay, I guess so. Now we should be able to do ultra scatter again. Let's go back to the perspective view. So let's take our white sphere, and why is that up there now again? When I move that, oh, that was down. Okay, redo, translate. Okay. Okay. All right. I'm not sure that this is going to work. Let's get out of iRay. Now the emissive, it's very emissive, so we're going to go into our emissive. I put like a 9 on it with surface, white sphere, luminance, 9. Let's bring that down to 19. 95, okay, that's our emissive. We just needed emissive enough so that you can see it in the sky. And then let's go into our scale. And instead of 171, let's go to 50%. 50%. That's our seed object. Okay, look, we have to close this. Go here now and see if this will work. All right, we have 2,000 objects. Everything's there. It's just, okay, we're going to go minus 200. That worked. Okay. And scaling, let's go down to 100%. Okay, okay, and it's inherit object scale, so volume scatter. Now these should be much tinier and less bright. Okay. There's a good reason for doing this, okay? And the reason is because when you buy there are very few nighttime HDRIs out. And the reason why there are very few nighttime HDRIs, HDR and HDRIs and EXR files, is because cameras really don't work very well in the dark. And so when you buy these HDRs and HDRIs and EXRs, they're usually kind of splotchy and spotty and very low quality. And so if we can create a nighttime star field with nighttime clouds and all of that in DAS and create a bunch of star fields, that are really gorgeous. Okay, they are huge. So obviously my yeah, let's take a look at filament. And let's just go into filament. It might have been just a quirk at that one moment. It's working now. So it's working fine now, and I can control L. So that control L, filament doesn't have a light, but everything's black in filament. And usually for filament, everything is usually, oh, it's nighttime, and I have no HDR. I've seen only, okay, so that's why. It's because I've changed. I have seen only on, so there's no ambient light. And so it's when I go into texture shaded, I have this L, which I can turn on, that lights everything. That's why. So it's my lack of expertise with filament. So okay, there it is. There is my okay, I think the green brings it down. I want this down below. So I went back too far. So now we're going to resize this again. This is our seed object. So we're going to resize the seed object down to, it's scaled at 50. I'm going to go to 10%. And let's make sure our surface, let's go to our, okay, it's 9.5. That's our luminance. I guess that's good. Emission, that's the temperature. We'll leave the temperature where it was. These are going to be white stars. So yeah, so that's what it is because I have it set to scene only so that there's no ambient light whatsoever, and so everything is dark, and I'm used to hitting the L, which is some kind of light for the texture shaded mode. Okay, so we're going to select ultra scatter, and we're going to run another scatter. Okay, so it's going to look at the object scale. So we have made our seed object smaller. Okay. So I think we have something working now. And so to go back to that thing about creating a star field, I believe that, even with the cameras, and there are some cameras that take nighttime shots, but unfortunately a lot of the HDRs that I've seen, even the nicest ones, look very, very terrible at night. But they are pictures of real skies, and real skies, I mean really real skies, are like impossible to try and copy because they just, even though they're splotchy looking and then they have a lot of graininess to them, it's still a real sky. And so, but if we can approach that realism from the other side and create a star field off in the distance, and then put some of these clouds, light them from underneath, like the moon is shining up, about to come up under the horizon, and light them. There might be something interesting we can do. Add a little bit of fog to the scene, and we might end up with a kind of clarity and realism, that approaching realism, that could be really fantastic. So that's what we're going to do. I'm going to try to take this all the way to a full sky. Like, we're going to get the star field up there. Now look at this. Now this looks like something that I could move off into the distance. And it's almost like too wide. Like, I could make this a little bit thinner. And this put 1,884 instances. Now, I wonder if I can move this. Okay, see, this isn't, okay. Let's try and move, take our cube and mess with it a little bit. It turned the cube off. Okay, see, it didn't. Now, this tells us that is our maximum height of 1,000. Okay, so this cube is much higher than it needs to be. So let's go and just, for the sake of it, let's make the cube I don't know that there's a width. That there's a width limitation. I would assume that the cube can only be so long as well. But there is definitely a height limitation. So let's take our cube here, parameters, and let's just, for the sake of making it, let's make our cube a little lower. Okay, that's about where, so we'll just make it a little higher than that. Okay. Now it says we can go down 1,000. So let's click on, let's make our cube go down. Okay, we have the ultra scenery. You can't move that. Okay, now the cube can go down like this. So we should be able to move it down 1,000 as well. Why? We'll look and see, because I think I set it to like 10. So we're going to say Y scale, let's go like this and bring this down. And maybe I can get a wider spread of these stars. Okay, down until we hit the top of our... Okay, let's try this. And now we can turn the cube off again, I guess, for the heck of it, because it's going to turn it off anyway. Now let's go and select Ultra Scatter again. And let's see if it finds that I've moved the cube and it's smart enough to know, oh, the cube is here now. Let's go to minimum. Let's go all the way to minus 1,000. This gives us a 2,000 height. So technically, all right. Now the scaling, I made them smaller. But what's going to happen is if it distributes, and it only went up to 1,884. So if it distributes it through the whole, then they should be further apart. So that's kind of, there are a little too many of them. I'm not sure. So volume scatter. So scaling, we go down to, let's also go down to 10%. From 10 to 100. So we got some really teeny ones. Okay, and let's try this now. Yeah, I was actually thinking of going thinner, Ed, rather than deeper, because we already have that proximity effect built in, and I'm not absolutely sure about what I'm saying right now, because I've never done this before, and your question really it inspires me to think about this. But that's the whole idea of having them different sized. But what's going to happen is if it's deeper, then you're going to have them maybe clump up in certain areas more because they'll overlap a little more. I don't really know. I don't really know the answer to that. I was thinking of, because they already have the size that they're going from 10% to 100%, that already is creating depth. in the stars, in the size. They're different sized. And considering that space, once it gets out there into so far into space, I don't know that that we can comprehend depth, because there are like little teeny stars that are tiny speck that are entire galaxies, and we have no idea because all we see is a little speck. So I don't really know. I don't know the answer to that. Now this gave us a really, really nice, and I see, you can see that spinning this around, there definitely is some depth to it. So I'd say let's try it. Let's try it. Let's make it wider and see if that does something. Okay. Now we're up to 1,999 instances. It was too big to fit that one last one. It's like, oh, so I pretty much filled the guff, I guess, as much as you could say here, with one missing, and we got to find out where that is. So what we're going to do is take our cube and make it a little wider. Now this would be great for snow. Okay, and we could use any kind of snow item. So as you can see, we're working on snow. So we've learned something about the world, about ultrascatter, and about the world relation, that theoretically a mountain is about as high as you can go with this, and it's only going to give you 1,000 to go up a certain incline, or down below a certain incline. And so if you have a mountain and you want to have trees, then you have to start the mountain low, 1,000 below zero, the 0 point. You have to put your mountain down low so that you can populate the mountain up high enough. Okay, so that's a thing, because then you're wasting this lower. So let's turn the cube on, and now let's see. It definitely populated the cube, the width of the cube, and which is really nice. So I think what that's going to do it is going to create, because the spheres that are further back in the cube are going to be smaller looking than the spheres at the front of the cube. And so it gives you another kind of gradients to the size. So, and it may add some realism. So this would be the Z scale for this. So let's go a little wider. And so what's really nice is that they may actually look a little bit fewer. And so, okay, now, so what we do is we now click back on ultrascatter and give it another scatter. It's now got more volume, so it will use all 2,000 stars this time as well. So that's another thing. Distribution, this is all still set. Scale from 10 to 100. And okay, volume scatter. Now there's a possibility that I could create this sphere, this thing, and when I go to move it far enough away where it's not going to be affected, where the clouds will be under it and everything, these little dots may be too tiny. So what I might need to do is create a cube with bigger stars in it, and put it out there and then copy that cube and use a bunch of them to fill the sky, rather than so that the stars, so it can be far enough away and still be visible. So that's another possibility, that we might need to make these stars bigger so that we can move it far away and have them still be visible. So we're going to have to experiment with the clouds until we get a star field that we can use for these distances and all. So that is going to look right under the clouds. No data. Why don't I have any data? Okay. It's back. Okay. For some reason we lost our data. So not sure what's happening here. Okay. So here we go. And I don't think I've frozen up. This does look more, it does look more natural. It definitely does. So your suggestion, and now look at this. We have a gigantic star field. Okay, now let's go down to our camera view. And okay, I don't see like any stars because they're so far. But once we put them in the sky far away, it's going to work. So let's go to, all right, so what I'm going to do is save this, and then I'm going to save this as star field, save as, scene, star field, fireside, 2. Okay, so if I need to come back and tweak this star field, I can. Okay. So now we can move this star field away. I mean, it looks perfect. Okay, now let's scale it. Let's see what's happening at our camera view, at our camera. Okay, I don't see it. Camera, let's go back to perspective. I think somebody's vacuuming the hallway. Camera view. That's a momentous occasion. Okay, now what's happening here? Are they just too tiny to see? Well, maybe I've got to bring it down, like way down here. Let's see, camera. Okay, perspective. What I'm going to do is click on my figures here. Where is this? It's scene group. Let's go to our Genesis 8 male and select him. Now I can move this around and find out where in the heck is our star field. Oh, it's down below. So let's bring it up. Wow, okay. Now let's scale this. Look at this. Scale it. And now we can go back to our camera view and bring this up a little bit. Scale it some more. Woo! All right, let's see what it looks like in iRay. I think your idea of making it deeper was brilliant. It was a brilliant idea. Oh! Okay, now they're too big. And they're all one color. They're too bright. So let's see if I can get back and undo scale, undo translate. There's only so many I can undo. Scale, scale, translate. We got to bring them back into until they're back here with our in our world space. Edit, undo, translate. Okay, I think that's it. Let's see. Okay, I'm not sure. Let's go to, okay, perspective view. Let's go to the cube. Okay, that's still not right. I moved it up. Okay, edit. Okay, I think that's correct. Oh, oh, I think it's being cut off by the plane. Edit. Okay, the Z scale was, all right, redo Z scales. That was when we made it larger. Okay, so what we do is, okay, this is it. We know we have to make our stars. Well, the thing is, okay, we don't need to make them necessarily, if we're going to move this really, really, really far away, we don't need to make them smaller. What we need to do is have fewer stars so we can put some other stars in that are different colors. So let's, since we're on Fireside 2 and I saved it right after I made this, let's go back. Let's go backwards. Okay, edit, redo, translate, redo, translate. Okay, let's get out of, okay, redo scale 9. Let's get into texture shaded mode, control 9, come on. Oh, we're there. Okay, edit, redo, translate, redo, translate. Let's get this back to where it was up in the sky and then move it way farther away, because that's what we're going to need. We're going to need this far away so that our clouds can go under it. Okay, now let's go back to our camera view. All right, so now we go back to perspective view and let's click the cube and let's click ultra scatter and let's see what we've got. That's actually far enough away for what we want. Okay, let's bring it way far away, camera, and see what I could do is patchwork it. But when I scale this up like this, all right, let's go to 4. Okay, let's see what this looks like now, and let's go 4, 5. Okay, 4, 8. All right, now let's see what this looks like in iRay. I think they're still going to be all one color, and they're going to look like this would be the time to test our, okay, so they do look too big, okay, but this would be a time to test our white sphere and see if we change the color of the white sphere. Okay, now it's like the temperature is really low. Let's bring this temperature up. Does that change the temperature of the spheres? Makes them more white, maybe. Yes. So that works. So when we change the seed, it changes all the texture on all of those objects. See, now this is starting to look real a little bit. It's more than anything we've done so far. So we have too many of them. So what we do is we make them even smaller, because that's far enough away, and we put fewer in here so we can try some of the other. Put some yellow. We'll put some other in. We'll do a bunch of different colors, and then we'll just sort of blend them and change them until they start to look real. So I think we could get away with, maybe a few hundred of the white ones, like 300 white ones, 300 blue ones, 300 yellow, and 300 red, and 300 green, and then kind of play with it. Maybe not even that many. So let's see. Let's back out of this. Undo temperature. I can always change the temperature later on those. The objective is to get, so we're going to make them, I think, a little smaller. Okay. Or I could just make them only to 75% of their size or whatever. Because I think, I have to make the okay, the one is, we're going to go back until we go to the Z scale, where I scaled the box. Undo scale. Undo scale. Hopefully we have enough scales to go back. Undo translate. Undo translate. Undo translate. Undo scale. Undo translate. Okay, this is as far as it's going to take us back. Let's see, let's go to our camera. I'll go to our perspective view, and let's click on ultra scatter here. Go back. Okay, I think that's close enough to where I think we made it by 1. All right, so let's make our white sphere white, because somehow it's gone down to the white sphere doesn't have a nice blue texture color to it, so I'm not sure. I must have accidentally clicked there. 666.67. Okay, how about if we just go 0.66? We might as well here. All right, we'll leave it. All right, so okay. So what we do is we go to our white. Where is it? White. I don't see it here. A white sphere. I've got it selected. Okay, and we change the scale of it down to 5. Let's go to 5%. Okay, and that doesn't change them all inside there. We have to redo the utilities. So we have that changed, and then we go back to our ultra scatter. Open this back up. And it remembers. I love the way this remembers. For a long time, I didn't know that you could come back in. I had to write down all of the different things and then recreate the whole thing over again. And oh gosh, learning that if you select the top part of this, it will remember all of it and allow you to come in and just tweak things. So we're going to go into this, and we're going to go to, instead of 2,000. We're going to go 300 because we want to put a lot of different stars in here. So let's go. And if I have to, I can take another group of 300 and make them white or whatever. So that's the idea here. So we're going to do 300 here. 300. Enter. And we're going to go to scaling. Okay, since I made it smaller, I think 10 to 100 is okay, because I cut them in half, and 100% is good. And so we've got the volume scatter. Let's scatter them. It's only got to scatter 300, so we're gonna be able to do this. So what I'm gonna do is scatter the other stars now. in. What I'll do is I will take and delete the other stars and duplicate my seed star. Okay, that, I guess that looks okay. I don't know if we even need 300 now that I'm thinking of it. Let's go with 50, and we'll put another 50 of these others in, okay? So let's go down to 50. You can chime in anytime here if you think I'm going in the wrong direction here with this. So let's go with, because we're going to have blue stars and red stars and yellow stars, so and we can tweak the colors and kind of, so let's go with 50. And like I said, I can just make them, okay, look how quickly it did that. All right, so we're going to delete our green sphere, red sphere. Delete our green, delete our yellow, because I don't want to move them back. All right, and so the white sphere is right here. We're going to duplicate that, edit, duplicate, edit, duplicate, edit, duplicate, edit, duplicate, edit, duplicate. Okay, so they have different names now. They are down here, so we go sphere yellow, sphere yellow, sphere blue. I don't know what color stars are. Sphere green and sphere white. That's going to be blue, yellow, green, and red. All right. So now we can select this yellow sphere. Okay. And they're all down there, and they're all down there with the seed. Okay. So now we're going to select the yellow one. Oh, we have to select the yellow sphere. Okay. Then we have to select the square, the cube is going to be, and the entire object, and we're going to select that at 50. Okay. And distribution is 1,000 by 1,000. We're going to put the purlin noise on. We're going to change the seed, okay, of distribution so they don't all put, it doesn't put them at the same place. And then scaling is going to be from 10% to 100%. And we did the purlin noise on that as well. And let's double check and make sure that we've got it right. Okay, we have to select volume. All right, and hide the cube. All right. And I should have made these yellow before I put them in, but there's 50 of them, I think. Okay, we've got a few more. Now let's go into this yellow sphere surface, yellow, and let's change the emission color to yellow, just so we can see the differences. Okay, and now let's go with our blue one. We double click on this, and volume, select our target object is going to be our cube 50. All right. And distribution is going to be 1,000 by 1,000. And the purlin noise. Scaling, that's the most important one with the purlin, okay? And then we're going to go 10%. And I don't know if I actually click volume, yes, and cube and hide, and okay, all of that. I know I'm going to make a mistake here. Okay, seed, let's change the seed. And distribution seed, scaling seed, okay, volume scatter. Okay, these are the blue ones, so let's go into emission color, and let's pick a light blue here. Okay, so we got some blue stars now, and the green stars. Emission color green, and we select the green star, and we go with the cube. Let's go 50 again. There, 50. Volume. And we go to distribution, change it to a different seed. Go to Perlin. Yeah, I have used Ultra Scatter a lot, and so I'm pretty good. So if I can impart to you how kind of easy it is to use this, then the rotation one, I'm going to take you into rotation here and say that you rotate things on the Y. Most of the things you rotate on the Y, and make sure that when you come in here that you give this plus and minus. You can't like say, well, I want it to go from 0 rotation to Y like 180. You have to take and rotate this like to 90, and then that one to 180 or whatever. It won't work unless you bounce both of these Y's up to like something, okay? I'm not sure why. It's because one is a minus and one is a plus, so it will rotate them. If you leave one at 0, it won't do anything. It won't rotate. You have to bring them both up degrees, okay? Just so you know with the rotation, because you don't rotate them X and Z, it's Y. You want them to, like a tree, to spin around so that it doesn't look like they're all facing the exact same way. So that kind of thing. So just so you know that that with this, when you come to rotation, you have to make sure that you bring both of these up to like 80, 90, maybe all the way, I don't know. But they won't work unless you drag them both up. Just so you think, well, I want it to go from 0 to like 180 or something, because it says degrees. Okay, so you have to bring them both up. So that took me the longest time. Why aren't my trees spinning? Okay, and so both of them. I don't know what this. One of them says degrees, and the other says plus or minus. Okay, so all I know is they both have to come up. Okay, so back to scaling. We're going to change the seed. We're going to go 10% for scale, 10 to 100%. We're going to put this Perlin in. Distribution, we've got that. We've got our Perlin in. We've got them both at 1,000 for elevation, plus and minus 1,000. Let's double check everything, make sure we have volume selected. This is our green sphere. Okay, so centimeters. I may end up with too many stars. I might just turn some of them off. I don't know. Maybe the blue and green are redundant. Let's see. So I think I've got it. The green sphere. We're going to be adding the green sphere now. And now we can add, we don't need to be an array for this. Okay, now we're going to add red. So let's go to the red sphere emission color. Let's go with a nice bright red. Okay, now we've got our red sphere selected. So we have to select our target object, the cube. I don't know if I moved that up to 50. I don't think I did for the green one. So I think we've got 20 greens. So that's okay. Now distribution. I've just gone blank now. Okay, Perlin. Okay, I think I've got to look this over more. Okay, we got 50 because I miss things. If volume, that's it. Okay. Looks good. Change the seed to just anything else. We're going to go to 10% here for scaling. We're going to put Perlin in again, so it scales it at some kind of really odd thing. Okay, 10%, and I think we've got it. We don't have to rotate the spheres because it's not going to change anything. Okay, just double check everything. Okay, volume scatter. So we got red now. Okay, I can see some red stars in there now too. This is kind of interesting. So now let's save this. Okay, Fireside 2, Starfield Fireside 2. Now we're going to go save as, file save as, scene, star, S-T-A-R, S-T, three. Okay. Before I move this around, yeah, okay. So it doesn't look like there are very many stars here. Maybe they're too tiny from this distance away to see them, and that might be exactly what we want. So now notice we can go back into 50 instances. I did change those all to 50. And they all got 50 instances in. So the green that you can see, they all made 50 instances. So we're going to, oh, I didn't want to do that. Edit, undo. Okay, so what I need to do now is take all of these and put them in the same group. So we're going to select that, this, and there's got to be a white one. Where's the white? White, yellow, blue, green, red. Okay, so create a new group, and this is going to be Starfields. It's kind of nice that each one is separate. So, but what that allows me to do is now put them all into one group and move them all together. Back. Let's bring them back some and see if we can see this now from our camera view. What's happened? Here's our Starfield. Okay. Let's scale this up now. All right. So the red might be a little too red. We can work with this. Now let's see what this looks like in iRay. It looks like we have achieved a closer success now. Oh yeah, now they look big, but we can move them further away. But if I scale them, then they're going to be big again. So, but let's see now. What if we mess with the opacity of them and make them a little bit, take some of their opacity away? Let's, all right, the colors right now, I think like the red, we go into our red, our seeds, surfaces, and we take this red and make it a little bit whiter. Like that. Okay, there's our red. And we could even go a little further. So they're just a slight kind of pink. Yeah, and then the green, the same with the green. They're just too much pigment in them. And then the blue, same here. The blue's already kind of there, but and then we go with the yellow. It's the same. We just bring the pigment down a little bit. Okay. And so we are going to try now, we're going to take a look at this perspective view now. And we take this star field and we zoom in on it and see how far away we are from the land. See, we're not quite far enough away. So let's bring the star field out a little more. Okay, perspective, camera. Now, if I were to, okay, I think I have to resize this. uniformly because they're all spheres, and if I stretch it this way and stretch it that way, we're going to end up with stars that are like monoliths instead. So we're going to stretch it, scale it, Control 9. We're going to go into texture shade it again. It's just habit, scale. And Y translate. Now, if you notice, there was also like elevation, like where you could have more in the top of the sky than you have, that can, those kinds of things can be done. So scale it a little more. Let's see what this looks like now. They're further away. I think that, you move them further away and then you scale it to fit the scene, and you've just made them the same size again. So I think what we're going to do is we're going to take and give them a little bit of, we're going to play with the cutout value of them a little bit and see if we can, that might make them seem a little smaller than they are. So we go to surfaces for the yellow. I wish they were all together, but I have my white one up here. Okay, so let's go to cutout. The cutout opacity, and let's bring that down to like 70 something for these. Okay, yellow, 70, blue. There we go. Blue. Green. And red. Wow. There suddenly we have what we're looking for. We have twinkle stars. We have a star field, people. Save this. Okay, my camera is locked here, and this isn't quite the way I wanted it. Now let's play with some clouds. I don't really want the camera. I mean, it's like I can't even see my figure at all because the camera is so low to the ground. So we're gonna mess with the camera now and then move the star field accordingly. All right. So I think this would be a great thing to sell in the Daz store. It's like, guess what, people? I got stars. But the thing is that all they have to do is watch my video, and it's like, I know how you made them. So, but yeah, so I think they're still a little too big, but the thing is, you can tweak them. You can change the colors. You can change the big, Cassiopeia. There's right there. See that little W right there is Cassiopeia. What's nice is it created a random pattern on. It randomized it with seeds that were like thousands of seeds. So it is a very random pattern. So, okay, now what we do here is we go to Smart Content Default, get rid of Ultra, and let's go to I have so many items here that, okay. Now we're going to take our spheres and put them into our seeds. We're going to put them, now we're going to put them into, okay, so we're going to go sphere, seeds. Okay. And they're going into a group. Okay, now we're going to go here and go VDB. And that should bring me up to my VDB clouds. Now, since it's nighttime, we put clouds up in there, and the clouds aren't going to have any, they're not going to have any, they're going to look like black splotches in the sky. So we have to light them. Here's a cloud collection. All right, I have some other clouds too, so I don't know where they are, but they're here somewhere. I think if I just go clouds, and I think they're VDB clouds. Yes, these are all VDB clouds, I think. Not all of them, but I think these are volumetric. Splotchy. I think that's what we're looking for. Props. Yes, this kind of cloud thing. Now, what are these? These are DV clouds, and these are low poly. We don't want low poly. We want okay, these are VDB clouds. This is what we want right here. Let's try this. I think I see some clouds behind him. Oh, holy. Okay, we're going to go to, I think you can see these clouds. Yes, he's covered these VDBs with, which is the way it should be done. He's covered them with, okay, Z. Let's go Z with these. You can actually see an outline. Oh, that's rotate. We didn't want that. We want translate. Now we want some rotate, maybe some like this. And up. Okay, we Y. Over. Let's go this way. Back to Z some more. Let's see what that looks like. Iray. Now we have nothing lighting them. So yeah, so they're not going to even show, but they're there. All right, so we need to light them with something. Something large, something big, like a gigantic spotlight, and I don't know that that'll work, or maybe, let's see. I think a gigantic spotlight and see what happens. Okay, accept spotlight 2. Let's look at spotlight 2. Let's go into this now and bring it up and over. Where are our clouds? I don't see them. Okay, there's, oh, they're behind him, so. Oh, I think they're so far away because the spotlight can only see so far. So where is he? Notice when I get further away from him, he's going to disappear slowly. See, now he's disappearing, but the clouds may appear. There they are. But they're still far away. This is what we want them. We want them isolated in their own world, so we can light them our own way. Okay, I unclicked that, okay. We want to light them from like above, like this. Okay, let's go now to our camera view. And let's put some juice on this. Let's go into iRay and slowly turn the power up on this spotlight. Yeah, it's the weirdest thing that the spotlight can't see. It can't see infinitely. It can only see so far, so you have to move it into the vicinity. If it's a mountain that's really far away, you have to move it to that mountain in order to... Okay, so now we've got some lumens on this. That's showing up a little bit. Let's give it another 9. And there we go. We got some, our clouds are lighting up. Another 9. So we can take these clouds now and scale them a little bit. Okay, take our spotlight. It's a little probably too much. And okay, now let's go back to our spotlight 2, and let's spread it over the we're expecting this spotlight to do more than it, okay, back to the camera, more than it is designed to do. Okay, let's see if we can find a moon. Moon. Let's go to Hunter's Moon. We're looking for a moon. Moon. I think we need to look for planets. I think we'll find the moon in the planets. Okay, these are HDRs. Okay, this is a prop. Moon, where is the moon? Perspective view, take me to the moon. Okay, we're going to move the moon. The moon's not giving off any light, so we might have to look and see what textures it's got and all. So let's see now. Go to, okay, it's, at least it looks like a moon. Now let's go this way. Up. Z. Take me more that way. Now go to the perspective camera view. Can we see our moon? Okay, we'll scale the moon up. Scale it. Scale the moon here. And now let's see what this looks like in iRay. I don't think the moon's putting off any light, so we might have to make it emissive. I probably should have done that before I put the, because it would probably be more natural coming from the moon, but maybe we're not going to be, okay, moon surface, moon. Where's the moon? Okay, moon. I think the moon has another thing here. Okay, here it is. Emissive, white. Okay, I think we have to take this moon texture. The base color, what's this called? Moon base color. We have to put that here as our emissive. Where is it? Moon. Moon base color. And then we take and also put the moon for the luminance. Then we can turn up the luminance. Nine. Okay, so we have a moon here. Now let's mess with our camera and move things around so that it's okay. Now I'm gonna take the star field. Now not the star field, the clouds and the spotlight, and I'm going to group them together. Okay, so we're going to go group. We're going to call this cloud and spot. There's a cloud and the spot, so we can edit, duplicate, and then we can go like this. We can move this over here like that maybe. Let's see what that looks like. It's probably going to look just like it's been duplicated and moved. So okay. Oh, that looks pretty cool. And it doesn't really look like it's too... Maybe if I bring this one down, which this one down a little bit, like towards the horizon more. Well, I think that was a little bit too much, but let's see. There. There we go. And now we're going to mess with the camera, which we're going to throw everything off, but We're going to go edit, object. I just don't like him being covered completely by the fire, which means I'm going to have to move things around a little bit. Okay. Maybe like this. Maybe turn this around. I'll turn that a little bit. Bring our moon over. Okay, let's bring our moon over. Maybe down a little bit. Maybe we just gotta scale the moon. Maybe make the moon really big. Or maybe smaller. Let's go with the moon so we can fit the whole thing in here. Scale. And put the moon up like that. And then move this. Okay, this is our cloud and spot. Let's move that over this way. And then let's take this cloud and spot. Move this over here. And down a little bit. Then let's take our star field. Where's that? Star fields. Bring that down some. Okay. Save this. And let's see what we've got for our character. I think this cloud's, I can just tell this cloud I want to move down some more and over. So it's kind of surrounding the moon a little bit. Now let's see, 0, let's go into iRay. So what I can do now is spread this star field like in 300, copy it and paste it all the way around the, and I could make a 360-degree HDRI. Just kind of put these clouds up, light them just the right way I want, and it's a little more work than I probably am dedicated to do, because I like to make scenes, and so ZX, okay, X is this way. Oh, that's that one. Let's take this one here, go X, and one Z. I think these need to go back more, but I'm moving the spotlight with them. So, all right, let's see about that. Okay, something's wrong with his eyes. I don't know. Okay, let's put some clothes on him. Like, let's close, like, so here's our Genesis 8.1 figure. Now we can actually work on the now what I can do with this star field is, okay, the star field, I can make it a little smaller and fit into the, so that there's more stars, or, okay, F9. Okay, where's our star field? Scale it. X translate. Okay, X. Y, okay. All right, there's a few more now in the scene rather than what was there. And okay, let's put some clothes. If I'm gonna put clothes on him, he doesn't need all that hair. So let's get rid of his hair so it's just not extra stuff taking up the scene. Okay, there's our cube. We're gonna put the cube in with the sphere seeds and cube and okay, sphere seeds and cube. Save this. So where is it says scene group. Here it is. Here's our Genesis 8.1 male. Okay, body hair. Arms can go, chest can go, legs can go. Vellus hair, cheeks, that's probably too far away to see any vellus hair. Okay, so we'll leave the vellus hair on mouth. Vellus, okay. Crop hair, definitely want that. The beard boss, we leave that. Okay, and the Jacques brows. Okay, Jacques. All right, we're going to find him some clothes. Wardrobe. And then we can take off also these boxers once we find him some clothing. Save this again. And he looks like he's looking cross-eyed. We're going to have to fix his eyes. What's this modern cowboy? Let's do the cowboy thing. I'm a cowboy. Wardrobe. Oops, I put it on the beard boss. That's not good. All right, we don't want the cowboy stuff on the beard boss. Okay, here we go. Let's click on the Genesis 8.1 male. Cowboy clothes. His hair's probably going to come through the hat. All right, we got a cowboy. And we got some textures. We don't have to go with denim with this, but let's see. Now we can get rid of the boxers and see what he looks like in the cowboy guy. In Ivory. Suddenly I got my southern accent back. All right. What's going to be cool is to put this in the DAS gallery, you know, and then say the star field was created with ultra scatter, and people are going to say, "What? How did he do that? Oh my God!" Okay, there's a problem with the moon here, because the moon is usually behind the clouds. Okay, it's not in front of the clouds. So I could put the moon over here, maybe, and it's going to look like it's in front of the clouds. It's behind the clouds. I don't know. All right, so what we can do is we can just put the moon back further, like way back there. Move it over here now again. Z. And then we can make the moon a little bigger. Just make sure it's behind the clouds, not in front of the clouds. Up higher. Let's see what this looks like now. I could make the moon like put off a little bit of light as well. In fact, I could make the moon light the clouds and take off so that the moon is creating the light for the clouds. But let's see. Now, okay, there's something about this campfire that looks too hot. The campfire. Surfaces, campfire. Fire, ashes, the fire. Cutout. Where's the lumens? Okay, let's go 400. What's this? Emission color. Let's make it a little darker. There we go. It's a little better than what it was. We'll go a little lighter. Emission temperature. Let's go a little bit redder. Okay, let's now my spotlight that's on the cowboy guy, I think that's got to go a little redder too, because he looks like he's being lit too much by the moon instead of the fire. Yeah, and the spotlight's a little too, maybe too bright. Let's go down to 2. And let's get some all right, let's put a little bit of a fog in here too to meld all this together. So let's go to a VDB, and let's go to a default products, and let's try this fog we used last night, which was really, really good. It was this one, square fog. All right, now we'll just bring that down a little bit. Square flat fog. Let's go to surfaces. Okay, we got to expand this VDB down until that's the last one, invisible smoke cube. Then we go to materials. What's up? Editor. Okay. And we can go to density. Where's the density? Multiplier. And let's go to 1. There we go. Little bit of fog here on the ground. Some atmosphere. And I think if I take this fog here, edit, okay, we're gonna duplicate it. Okay, and we're gonna move it up. Okay, so that it kind of goes higher. There we go, and I just messed up. I don't know what I just moved. Edit. Okay, redo translate. Which fog did I move up? There's one. Okay, this is the one that I moved up. I want to move that over. let's give our cowboy some kind of, let's do something with his beard to make it stand out more. Where's the beard boss? And we go to parameters, beard boss. And okay, we're going to find our materials for beard boss. Get rid of VDB. Materials. Here it is. Okay, hair. Materials. Okay, we're going to go with a dark. Something that's going to show up. I don't know if I did that right. Yeah, I did. Okay, so let's go to perspective view. All right. And let's give him some kind of... Now, it doesn't look like his hair is coming through the hat that much, but it is. So we could like make the hat bigger, or we're going to do the... we can just make it disappear. So that's what we're going to do, is make it disappear. So we'll mess with the beard for now. Shaping. Okay. I don't think we can do this. Let's see. Yeah, we can. Give him some kind of really funky beard. Now we go with his hair. Short crop hair cap. Now this short crop hair cap is I got from Renderosity. This is like the very best hair that I've ever owned, and you have to go to Renderosity to get it. And I'll hide his cowboy hat and show you really how nice this hair is. It's really difficult to install. You have to put it, you have to unzip it and zip it into your folders, and then anytime you use it, you have to go into your content library and find it. It's made for Genesis 3 males, and so anytime you use it with Genesis 8, you have to auto fit, but I will tell you, it is worth it. So you have to go and purchase this. It's called Short Crop Hair, and I will show you what it looks like. I'll take his cowboy hat off and show you. This is the very best short style hair, and it comes with several different styles. They get shorter and shorter and shorter, and the thing is, it's not just like, shaved off on the side and then just sticking out like straight like so many other hairs. It's just like, don't make any more hair. Because it's styled. It has like little curls on the side, and they all go back, and they just fit. Oh my gosh. And it's just the most beautiful hair. So let's see. This short crop hair. Okay, so we're going to go to the cowboy hat, and we'll just turn it off for a moment. And look at this hair. Look at this. Now let's go in. Look at how it's like styled on the side. It's like little pieces of and this is like the low cut one. There are some more. The longer it gets, the more each little piece is styled, and it's, oh my gosh, it's the most amazing hair. Now his eyebrows are too dark. So where are his eyebrows? And I do believe I have actual brows on him and not painted brows. That's the whole idea. Jacques brows. Okay, so let's see if we can get some Jacques brows here. Materials. No, nothing's coming up for this. So what I'm going to do is use this thing called color. All you have to, that's the word you use. You type in color, and it takes you to, let's see, you turn off this. This is called Werks, color WERKS, and it gives you all these different, they work for almost any kind of hair. And look at the different shades you get. Watch what I'm going to do to his eyebrows. So I can find a nice black shade here. It says brunette, but it's black, I think. Oh, you have to make sure they're selected in surfaces. And watch what happens. See? Ta-da! All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to cut his hair off here. We're not going to cut it off. We're just going to hide it. So where it is now, we're going to go to Geometry Editor, Tool Settings, Geometry Editor, and we're just going to go like this. Oh, no, we're going to go to Selection Mode Lasso. Okay. I think that worked. Now we're going to go right click, Visibility, Hide Selected Polygons. I think that's all I can hide of his hair. Okay, we can go the crop fibers. Maybe I can get more. I don't know. No, that's all it's going to let me hide of his hair. So I'm not sure how that works. So maybe the hair cap has some. Or maybe we can go down here into the crop fibers. Let's see. No, okay. Oh yeah, there we go. So there's the rest. Visibility, hide selected polygons. Okay, there we go. I think this is going to work. Now let's put his hat back on. Nobody's going to know. All right, put the cowboy hat back on. There we go. That takes care of most of that. And the rest we're going to just leave. No, I think I got to cut some more. So let's take the cowboy hat off. Okay, you have to angle it up here so you don't cut too much off. Okay, selection. Now, when you go out of DAZ and if you reload this scene, his hair will come back. So the only way to get rid of it is to delete it, and you can't always delete things. Hide selected polygons. Okay, I've got the cowboy hat selected. Edit, undo. Oh no. I just hid some of the cowboy hat. So let's do some more here. I think we can go here, right click, visibility, show all polygons. Okay, I just messed that up really bad. Okay, so we have to go to the short hair cap. Okay, cap. Okay, and so we're going to go like this. No, I think I have to select again, go back into this and select the crop fibers. I think I deleted his, okay, yeah. I deleted his skull cap, which is okay. It's under the hat as well. So geometry, visibility, hide selected polygons. Yeah, so you don't need to delete the skull cap. Okay, we got some of that as well. Now let's see what happens when we put the cowboy hat back on. Okay, it's not showing the cowboy hat. We got to turn it off. Oh, and back on. There we go. And now we have some of it selected, but we go out of the geometry editor, and there we go. Now you don't have hair coming. We got a little bit there. Let's do it. Let's finish. Let's do it right here. So we go back to the crop fibers. Then we go back to geometry editor. And we go here. Just take a little bit of that out. And we right click. And geometry visibility. Hide selected polygons. Now, if you click on him and you click on the Genesis and hold control and hide him and then unhide him, they'll come back as well. All right. So it didn't take that long to chop that stuff down. So it's just to let you know, and if you reload your scene again, I think it comes back as well. So for some reason, I have some things selected here. So let's select the cowboy hat and unselect everything there. Okay. Now we go out of this. Okay. And now he doesn't have hair coming. He's got a little patch there. It's okay. Why? It's almost like there were clouds here. Like these clouds are a lot closer than I think, but maybe they are. I'm not sure. I didn't really get up and look and see how far up in the sky I put them, but I thought I put them quite a ways away. So, but it's very illusionary. Okay, let's see what we got from the camera view and iRay. Home, home on the range. Yeah, I can change the color of the moon. Yes, I can. I can put some orange in the moon so it's not like NASA moon like if I all right, that's and I could put some orange in the spotlights too. So I think that looks okay. That looks pretty cool. Now, so we'll select the moon. Select that with a little bit of orange. Make it unique. Emission color. Okay, I think we can do that with also the. Okay, it's got to be the emission color or the glossy color could do that as well. Maybe let's put a little. We're white now, so let's go with. Okay, that didn't do much. Proceed with. Okay, the glossy color. Oh, the glossy color. That's right. It's white. It's not going to show. We'll go back to white again. It's actually either the translucent. It would be the base color. We got to be real careful with this here. No, the base color may not do it as well. I might have to do it with the luminosity. Okay, so that's not doing it. So it all depends on which layer has the priority here. So we're going to go with the emission color and try that. Oh, there we go. So let's go with. Let's work with it a little bit here. And and then we can take our spotlights. The spotlights that are in the, where are they? They're in the clouds, seeds, clouds, sphere, seeds, and cube. Okay, now that's not it. It's the cloud and spot. This is spotlight 1. Parameters. We can make these orange as well. Okay. Very good. Where's a spotlight? There's another spotlight here. Okay, it's clouds and spot 2. And we go into our color Is that the color that I used? Yeah, that's the only one that's got a value that can change. Let's go even a little redder with that. Okay, let's I think the moon's got to go redder too. And the moon surface, okay. Emission color. Okay, let's see what we do. What happens here if we mess with this moon. When you have a red moon, it's usually giant. It's a giant moon. It's not a small moon. Like a white moon is like a little pin in the sky. But when you have a red moon, it's usually a gigantic moon. So let's make it really big. See what happens when we go really big with the moon. Okay, let's move it down. Let's make it like really big. Okay, let's see what that looks like. Let's make the moon a little darker. Moon surfaces, this emission color, let's go a little darker. Okay, now the clouds are looking a little bit red instead of orange. So let's go to the spotlight. Let's go a little bit more into the orange. There's that one, and this is the other one. Now the clouds are actually looking like they're in front of the moon, and that's a big thing. So this cloud right here we can move over to kind of cover the moon. This is an awesome effect now, to kind of obscure the moon a little bit. Okay, and maybe even a little more so that they look like they're coming up over the horizon. They're back far enough to be able to do that. Let's see what we've got here. Then we can bring this cloud and spot up. Maybe up and over. There we go. I wonder if I try and make the moon a little bit transparent. So moons aren't usually transparent, but if I make this a little transparent, it'll borrow some of the sky color. So it'll look like it's merging with, like it's melding, like it's interacting with the sky color a little bit. may not actually work. Well, you can't bring it down enough so that you see the stars through it. But they could be reflecting off of it. Just a little bit. So it borrows some of the sky color. I think the moon's got to be brighter. If I make it brighter, you're not going to see the clouds in front of it. But I could make it maybe a little brighter. Okay. And I think his spotlight on him needs to be a little more orange as well. Okay, I went with just lowering the temperature. There we go. Maybe we can bring clouds and spot. Okay. Spotlights are colliding with the other cloud system. Okay, this spotlight's got to be turned down. Where's our spotlight? Okay. Spotlight 2. Okay, there we go. Okay, moon, surface. Okay, the moon here. This is okay. Emission color, emission temperature. Okay. Luminance. Okay, let's. Another 9. Emission color. Now you can't see so the moon has to be darker than the cloud. Okay, so I made this too bright, the luminance too much. Okay, that's now too little. Two. Okay, the luminance, and then we have temperature. Okay, let's put our emission color back to white so we can work with this a little better. The temperature can come down. Okay, let's bring this down to 2 now. Okay, so let's go all the way to our temperature, almost all the way to red. That's about the closest that I've gotten so far to something that I like. All right, there's something that's eluding me about the moon, and I believe what it is the proximity, that the proximity where I have the stars seem fine where they are, but the moon versus the proximity of the clouds versus the earth, and there's nothing shining on the moon, like the campfire isn't lighting it. The campfire is barely lighting the grass around. Now, I don't think that the spotlights that I have on the clouds are lighting the moon. Let's turn off these cloud spotlights and see what we've got. Maybe by letting the moon light the clouds and cranking up the... Okay, so the moon is lighting the clouds. Okay, this is spotlight 3. What's this? Spotlight 2? What did I just do? I moved to spotlight. Edit. Undo parent change. Okay. Let's turn off spotlight 3 as well. Okay. Now you can only see the clouds by the light of the moon. And see, the moon isn't even lighting the ground, which is kind of strange. It should be lighting the grass here. So let's crank up the moon. And that what would we do? We'd crank up the emission, luminance, 9, until we start seeing it. There we go. Now it's lighting the ground. And what that just did though, wow. See, I like that's much more natural looking than the lights on the clouds. But maybe it's just so high that I just have it so high that if we go to 4, and why is it so yellow? Let's bring the temperature to red. Oh, it went white. That's really strange. Why did my moon turn white? Emission temperature. Okay, let's put the cutout opacity back to 100, to 1. What just did that? Okay, so the moon is now lighting the clouds. Oh, I see. Okay. So what I do, all right, it's a matter of what the color of the light the moon's putting out versus the color of the moon. Now, if I take this here and make the moon, so I should be able to make the moon red. So what I have to do is change this diffuse overlay weight, translucency weight. No, okay, diffuse over, not the diffuse overlay. It's the translucency weight, and that will drop down, and then I can change the translucency color to like a red, and then add a little bit to that too, to it. That's how. It might be distracting too much. Let's see what happens when we take the moon out. Now we don't have any clouds, but what we can do is just turn the spotlights back on, see what happens with that. Yeah, I think the moon is, I think it's better to give the illusion of the moon coming rather than the moon itself. So the moon's gone. All right. And then I think what we can do is make those clouds a little redder. Now the only light that's coming to them is the spotlights. So we go back to parameters here. Like just a little bit, go a little more to the red with them. Yeah. That's a little bit bright. Okay, this one is a little high. Okay. Now this other square, this is the high one. Let's bring this down a little more. Okay, edit, undo. I don't think I moved the fog. I think this is the way to move that. Move the whole shebang here. If I'm going to lower this fog, I wonder if we just turn that right off and stick with this fog here and bring this fog down a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to go in, zoom in on this guy, and we're going to fix his eye so that it's... Okay, we're going to go with, this would be called look. Another keyword. We're going to go below here. Look. Look up, look. Look side to side. Okay. And we're going to go blink. Blink is, you always want to blink their eyes a little bit. Just bring their eye down a little bit so they don't look like they're staring off blankly into the distance. It relaxes them a little bit. Relaxes their countenance. From the camera. Now he looks a little more relaxed. Now his hand. The pose for his hand is, it's like, who is he talking, motioning to? There's nobody else here, so twist. And bend. Bend. Okay, this part comes in a little bit. This part bends. And let's take that. Okay, we don't want to move the camera. Edit, undo the camera, orbit camera. Okay. Perspective view. And hand, left hand. And this hand. Let's just relax that finger a little bit. Okay, I think I've got his fingers still connected. Yep. Okay, and this finger's going right through his leg. No. Okay, that's pretty good, actually. So this hand's got to come ahead a little. Front, back. Bend it out a little bit. Okay. Shoulder's got to come down. I don't know why his shoulder, it looks like it's still up, but it's twist. Bend this down like that. Let's open his hand with the pose, window, panes, power pose. Let's go. This is his left hand. Let's open his fingers up some. Okay, and twist this a little bit. Okay. Pull these fingers out a little bit, bend them out. Bend that one out. Okay, we've got a pose here. Okay, bend that down a little bit more. Let's open the hand a little more. Okay, the pinky. Okay, the thumb. Thumb one. Side to side. Oops, I just translated a little bit. Hand, side to side. Okay, I'm not sure what I'm doing here, but attempting. Okay, his shirt's coming through his pants there. Okay, this can get bent in. Okay, that can get bent in. This can get bent out. Okay, now we've got to do something with his shirt. We're going to pull his pants out a little bit. All right, so let's go to his pants. Where's the pants? Jeans. Tools, mesh grabber. Okay. Let's grab this little part here and bring that up. Kind of looks weird. And then this part, we're going to pull that out. Did we get it? I think so. That out a little bit. Okay. Now his finger looks like he's got a problem here. Okay. Is there a carpal here for the okay, thumb 1? Bend it in. Okay. All right, I think I overdid it on the front there, but it's okay. It's so far away you're not going to really see that. So let's go to the camera view again. Save this. Okay, now let's go to iRay. Okay, we're out of mesh grabber mode and all of that. Okay, I think this works. I think if I make the sky a little darker, environment, background. Yeah. And even more. Let's see how dark we can get it. Oh yeah. There it is. That may have been the problem with the moon, that the sky was just too blue. I don't know. It was too light to contrast. Something wasn't right with the moon. So, there. I think I kind of like this now. I think the main light on this guy is a little too high. He can be a little bit more subdued in the... It looks a little unnatural not having that bright light there. So why? Okay, this is square fog flat. Okay, I'm gonna delete this other fog. I only needed one fog. Turns out cloud. Okay, so the clouds look fine. I like the way they're lit. I think it's his spotlight here. Could be a little bit, maybe a little less red and a little bit less bright. Okay, we're here. Let's go to 1. Yeah. Just a little more intimate now. And I think we go a little bit less red on the spotlight, so we've got something going on here. I think it's just a little too much low temperature. Make it a little bit more natural. Yeah. Okay. All right, let's shift to rendering mode now, okay? And He probably needs a friend, you know, but we'll save the friend for later. So we're going to go now into render settings. We're going to go up to 10,000. 10,000. We're at 16 by 9. We're going to go to progressive render. We got the samples dragged up in the maximum time. We got render quality disabled. And I think that's good. So now let's give it our first render and see if something sticks out. I wonder if I should like have a bunch of cattle out in the field or something, or a horse. A horse would be maybe be cool to have in this scene. All right, so we're rendering very large, so we're going to be able to see just exactly what our stars look like and everything. So this is going to be pretty cool. I wonder if now I can go in. What's nice about this is I can go in and tweak these stars. And I'm not sure that I need to really, but what's really cool is that these stars, if they're too bright, I can make them less bright. I think they're fine. Look at this. Look how beautiful this. It's just looks like cotton candy almost. That I love working with these VDBs. They are just so amazing. He looks pretty cool. Yeah, this all looks like it's working. Yeah. That. The Rex Starfield, that's funny. Well, I might make this Starfield available for free in the description, and I might do that, okay, Ed? So if you come back tomorrow, I may isolate this star field, save it as a DUF file, and offer it because you know I give stuff away for free. I'm terrible, so I'm just that way. So it would be too much work to do that, and by that time I would be ready to be making another scene. I'm a scene kind of guy. It doesn't look like he's got eyelashes. Okay, I could look and see right here. Maybe it's here. No, I can't scroll up now, but yeah, we got most of his. I can see a tiny bit of hair here. See, this is where you can see all of the problems, and so I think we got them all. So his hands look relaxed there, kind of like he's about ready to pull out his gun or something, but it looks pretty good. Look at this is gonna render really nice. What are we on for iterations? 115 already. So we got to go up. I'm not going to stop this. I think I'm going to let this render through. So I'm going to let you decide. Would you like if I put the star field in a DUF file, just the star field alone? Would you be interested in downloading it? I'll put a link in the video description. So it's up to you, and then you wouldn't have to make one. You'll have all three of them, and you can just load it into your scene and put it up in the sky. I may not leave it there forever, so you would have to download it within the next month probably. But if you are interested in downloading I'll put a link and it will open up to my OneDrive folder and you can download the star field. So let me know if you are interested. It'd be a little bit of work, but it's worth it. So it's worth it to share. Yeah, because you don't know how much you helped me by hanging out and well, I got rid of the moon. That was terrible, and the clouds were too they needed some color. I personally like the red clouds, but I don't know exactly if the red clouds are. Now when we go down a little bit further, we've got a little bit of fog here. Yeah, you can see that the little specks. This is our fog that we've put on our ground. So yes, this has been 3 hours, 3.5 hours live. So yeah, you just have to promise not to sell it in the DAS store if you do download it. So yep. So it's a pretty cool star field, and it's very editable. So it might have been better in the model if I hadn't. Yeah, well, all right. Well, okay. So all right. So I'll let this render. Okay. We're at 266. And after this is done, I will put a link in the and please, if you download the star field, and it should work in your just load it in as a project file. It'll be saved as a DUF file, so you can just open it in and then create your scene. So you want to make sure you don't overwrite the name of it when you save your file. Save it with a different name, or copy the DUF file so that when you load it into your scene, it will be you won't accidentally overwrite it. So I will put this in the star field into just if you download it, leave a comment for the video and say, thank you, Rex, and I downloaded it and it worked great, or something like that. Just come back to the video and leave a comment on the video letting me know that you downloaded it. So not that you have to, but I mean, I would love to know that you did. So just let me know if you find it useful and if you download it and all. So it would just be nice to know. And anybody else who comes in and watches this video later, and if you download the file, just please, the only kind of request for downloading the file is that you please leave a comment. And so, all right, very good. Now this is up to 299. So this is going kind of slow. So it'll be probably about an hour or so before I can. And what I'll do is I'll move this star field back into the center, and it will be all in a group. so that you can just move the group out and put it where you want, and there will be little stars down in underneath the ground. There'll be 5 little stars, and you'll see them in the Starfields folder. There'll be a Starfields folder, and there'll be all of these will be in a group, and so you can move the whole Starfield together in a group. I don't know that I'm probably not gonna include the clouds. You'll have to do your own clouds. I'm just gonna do the Starfield because the clouds are kind of owned by somebody else, and so I can't offer the clouds, but I can offer the stars because I made them. They're just from spheres and ultra scatter. So then you'll have a star field that you can put up in any time you want in any, and so you have a night scene that doesn't look all blurry and stuff from, and you can change the stars. You probably could even load it into ultra scatter and modify it a little bit and say, okay, I'd like to because you'll have the cube that it was made from also. So you could load it into ultra scatter. What I'll do is I'll cancel this, I'll save this, and I'll make it right now so that you'll kind of know, so we can do this. So I'm going to cancel this render, and I'll save this render. It's pretty much done. But the thing is, there is a VDB. I'll just let it render overnight tonight. So we'll cancel this and bring back our render, and I'll save the render as Starfield Fireside. Okay, YouTube preview. Okay, this is called Starfield Fireside, and this is called this is 3. Save that. And so we have a render to some degree here. Open the Explorer, go to my PNG file, Starfield. Okay, Starfield Fireside. Let's see what this looks like. Okay, there's our image. So it looks pretty good. So, yeah, that looks pretty cool. It does look like a star field. So, okay, so we're going to close this down. I think we conquered, we made this work. So I'm going to save this as save as scene. STARFIELD, Starfield. And we'll call this Starfield, no, we'll call this Ultra Scatter Starfield. Ultra Scatter Starfield. Okay, so we save this. Okay, now we can delete the things out of here we don't need, which will be, I'll just leave the star field up, and I'll leave the landscape and all of this. Okay, it's not the landscape. I can't give you things that I didn't buy. So we're gonna the scene group, which would be the campfire. Campfire has to go the log. The Genesis 8 male. he has to go. And the spotlight, the scene group, that can go. Okay, the star fields stay. The seeds and the cubes, the clouds and the spots, they have to go, all right? And there's another cloud and spot. And what we have left is the star field. We get rid of the fog. Okay, and you can see these are your seeds, and they should fit tucked very nicely down underneath the all right, I'll leave the camera the way it was, our orbit camera. Okay, so what we do is we save this. The filament draw options, I don't know that they were working very well, so I'm going to get rid of those. We have the star fields. Okay, make sure that, okay, those has all the ultra scatter things. So you can click on those, open it in ultra scatter and rescatter them if you want. Okay, and then there'll be the star field seeds and the cube. And the cube is, and then we have another square fog, flat fog. Okay, that's gone. All right, so these are, all that's left is the star field, the camera, and the camera. And we'll leave the camera, that's okay. And then you can click this star field and you can resize it, you can move it, you can do what you want. You can go into the environment options here, and you can change the color of the sky and all of that. So let's see now. We're going to go save this. Now we go, and I will, all right, this is good. I'm going to end this here, and what I will do is within probably about an hour, I will be, I'm going to do this immediately. So I'm going to have to go into OneDrive. I have to set up a folder and create a share, and I will put a share link down into the video description on YouTube. And so you click on that link and it will open you to a share link where you can download the DUF file. Okay, and I don't think I have to include, there'll be a little picture with it. It's just going to be a DUF file. So, and it's going to be called ultrascatterstarfield.duf. All right, so that's going to do this for me. And let me know if you download it. It should open right up, because I don't believe you have to own Ultrascatter for this to open. And so I don't believe Ultrascatter is required to open this file. And I think you should be able to just go into the scene here, click on the star field, and move it wherever you want. All right, Ed. Yes, you will love the short cropped hair. Okay, and it doesn't. I don't know that it works for Genesis 9, but it does work for 8 and 8.1. Okay, and so you will find that almost you'll use it like for everything. Okay, and they've got some nice colors too into it, but you can also dig down into it and change the colors manually. That it's the best hair that I own for Genesis 8 and 8.1. So, and I hate to say that because I own almost every hair that Daz has made, and so it's just it works. It works in so many situations that I have to say, hey, Daz hair artists, you guys. You're kind of missing the boat, because it's like the best hair is on Renderosity for that particular. I haven't found anything else on Renderosity for hair other than that hair, and that hair is it. It's it. That's the hair right there. So what I do is there's the news for the day. If you want to pause the thing. So I go into my content library and I put that hair. I have this product called Favor Ratings, and I go into my library here, and into the DAS library, my DAS library, and at the top, and then I put this in Favor Ratings, and then I go into Assets and Favorites, and this is the hair right here. And so you have this style, you have that style, you have this one, and this one, and this one, and all of them have morphs so that you can morph them a little bit. So these are the different styles, and then you have colors also that, where are the colors? So I think what I do is I click on the hair, and it, products, it might be in here. No, these are, and then I keep my HDRIs. I tried to organize them here into there, and that didn't work. So I did another thing with the HDRIs. So I'm not sure how I just end up having to dig down into this and find the colors. They're somewhere down in here. Well, you have to pay attention when you install this on your computer into the DAS folder. You just put them in the same folders with the names, but write down where those names are so you can go in. Now, this would be people. I think it's Genesis 8.1, Genesis 8 male, and then it would be hair, I think. And then somewhere in here is where you find the hair folder. And once you find that hair folder, in there is our colors as well. I'm surprised I don't have the colors in there. Short would be short, LMNOP, short afro, short mohawk. Oh no, it's in Genesis. This is Genesis. It would be in Genesis 3. So we go back out of here. This is Genesis 8 male. It would be Genesis 3 male. Okay. And then we go to hair. And then it would be short. This is in this folder. Short cropped hair. And in here, it would be in materials. That's where the materials, here they are. Iray. Okay, and here are the colors. Now, see, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add these to my library. And the thing is that you can just go in. That's probably why I don't have them in here. I'm going to just add these, give these all a star and add them. I don't know if that's going to work. But what you do is you just go in and go into the... Okay, see if that does it. Okay, I think I already did that one. I'm not sure. This one, let's make sure that one has it. I don't see it putting them there, but let's see now. If I go up here to my assets. Okay, see, that didn't, but I think I might have to close this up and then bring it back. No, it didn't put them in there. So how do I do that? Okay, I think it'll work with favorites, putting it in my favorites. I just dig down into it and change the colors manually. So make it lighter, darker. That's how I do it, but this was in 3.1 hair. Genesis 8 male, we don't want that. We wanted it here. Short. short cropped hair, eye ray. And we click on that and add him to favorites. Let's see. Favorites. I don't know if that worked. Favorites. Favorites. I don't know. I'm just losing track of whether if I put these in or not. Favorites. Favorites. This one. Favorites. They may not work. Favorites. Favorites and favorites. Let's see. Now let's see if they're... I may have to go out of this all completely and favorites. Okay, yeah, now the colors are in there as well. So I can use these by just going in here and picking them. And that adds them in. Now some of these are... And so also when you put these on your figure, also be sure to go down and look into, it's either shaping or parameters, and there are some morphs that work with them as well to change the style a little bit. But you want to start out with the one you kind of want. Like if you want, and I use this one the most, this one, and this short one the most. And this one, I use like the really long one on top. I don't use very often, but this one I use a lot too. It's just the most amazing hair, and the sides are styled on the sides. They're not just like string, you know, like strands. They're like shaped and clumped and beautifully. So there's just no doubt about it. This is the very best hair that I have. So, yep, it is. Now, I don't think he comes with a goatee. I'm not sure. I don't think he does. But, yeah, this is amazing. So, that's pretty much. Now, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go now and I'm going to create a folder, and you will be able to install. Now, like making a product, all I know how to do is save it as a DUF file, and then you can load it, and then you have to build the scene from that DUF file. I don't know how to make a DAZ product that you could like install, and then you would have it in your smart content and all that. So what you would do is you would load this star field in as a DUF, and then select it all. And what I'll do is I will put the star field and the seeds into one group and call it Starfield all. Okay, and so now that's all. So what you do is you save it. Go into, once it's in the project, go and save file, save as, and I'm going to do that right now. Scene subset, and call this Starfield all. And so you save it like that, and then turn off the camera, turn off the environment, turn off the tone. I would just load the Starfield and then build your own environment with it, and then and then click accept. And now you have it in your content library. And so what you can do here is go to your smart content, go back out to default, and it would be saved files. Let's get rid of this color. Default, open this up to save files, and it would be in this. It would be in your save files. So you go here, anytime now. And so you go down here to this local user, and that's where they'll all be. You'll find it in there. It'll say Starfield all, and it should show you the Starfield to some degree. Depending on whatever you see here is what it's going to save for a preview image, and then it's in your smart content. So okay, so that's going to do it for me. enjoy the short cropped hair. And I do have to say that, you know, it's like I have a lot of hair here. So, and I have gotten a lot of really, really nice hair from Daz. Like this hair right here. Look at this hair. This hair, it's, you know, it's attempting to give us that styled look. Okay, and this is beautiful hair, and this is for 8 and 8-1 figures. Okay, and so this was because I went on the forums and I kind of complained and I said I want some hair that has some nice curl to the sides, and this one's called Zenti Cool Hairstyle and Scruffy Beard for Genesis. This is nice hair, and what I do sometimes is I'll just cut the curl off. The curl's a little bit weird in the front sometimes. I'll just grab it with mesh grabber and hide it or something. That is some nice hair. So Daz is really trying. Here's another one. This is new. Since I went on and complained about it. Now look, there's some curls on the side and stuff. There's some wave here. It's not just shaved on the side. The problem, and I think with this hair, you can adjust, you can morph it so that you can bring the hair down his skull a little bit, so it's not looking like he's bald, kind of thing. This hair can work very nice. Now there's this hair right here for Genesis. This is really beautiful hair. This is for Genesis 9, this James hair. It either works on your character or it doesn't, but when it works, oh my God, this hair is so beautiful. And look at the curls. It's like actually curls in the front and curls. Somebody put some real work. This hair is probably the most beautiful hair. The Genesis 9 hair that they're putting out is really nice. This hair, I'm not really. I only paid $10 for it. It's doesn't quite. It's not. But I needed a nice hair, but it doesn't seem to hug around the scalp far enough. It's kind of way up too high. I don't know. I just bought this I think yesterday, and I haven't really had a chance to. It works only with Genesis 9, I believe. You try to put it on Genesis 8, it doesn't even work. Maybe it's the figure that I don't have the forehead morphed right, and so it just didn't look right. I'm gonna give it some time. It seems like something that I would use a lot, but then there's just like when I see this hair, it's just like combed straight up. Yes. So those are very, very nice hair. The Vecco University is the Vecco University hair. It only works if your character is on one side, because if they're sitting the other way, it's like, where is their eye? It's just all you see is their nose and their mouth. So, but I don't know. I think there's no poses for it. That I can see, any morphs you can't make. I think there might be morphs once you get it on the figure, but I don't think there are that many where you can pull the hair out. And so, and because it's not deforced, so you could theoretically come in and take the take the geometry editor and maybe just chop the whole front off. So it only works from one side of your character where the hair isn't like right in their face, and it, like from here in this picture, it looks like the hair comes up above their eye, but it actually, I believe, goes and covers their whole face. And so, and like these the top male bun, I mean, there's only so many. Most of the time I don't put my males in long hair or buns. So now this buzz cut is nice too, because we needed something, because I don't think the shaved hair works from Genesis 8 on Genesis 9. Goes right over their face. And I think this is actually an improvement over the shaved hair, but it all depends. I haven't really gotten a chance to. Now this hair, I really, really like, especially the beard, but I'm having trouble getting the colors because it only comes in a few colors. I mean, it looks like there's a lot of them, a lot of colors, but there aren't. And the colors that are there, like this particular color that he has here on his face. Okay, I pulled that back up into there. This particular color has too much green in it. It's just way too green. It's not the right color. So I'm having trouble with the colors for this. So I wish they would come out with more colors, like a lot more colors for this hair, because this hair you can do just about anything with. It's got so many morphs and so many different styles, and it's really beautifully, like the waviness in the beard is just amazing. But the colors are just, and you can go in and try to change them, and it's like when I click on shine, like you're supposed, there's a shine thing where you can say add more shine. It doesn't seem to do anything. It doesn't add any shine. I make sure I click on the surfaces, click on the tips and it just doesn't seem to add any shine to it. So I'm not sure that the hair itself, the style of the hair, the morphs are really good. I'm not sure that the materials, and it's PBR, which means that if I can learn how to use PBR right, I should be able to change this to any color I want. Because PBR has so many, and you've got bushy eyebrows, and you've got styled eyebrows. You've got this hair. I was just freaking out over how beautiful the beard is and how much you can do. You've got all these different beard styles. With here is it utilities? No, materials. In the materials, these aren't just materials; they're also beard styles. Like, look at the different styles you can go with the style on the end, and I believe there are morphs also for these styles. Look at the difference. There's these styles here, and then you have the shaved styles, all kinds of different styles, and the big gigantic beards. And so yeah, I really, really like this. This is taking us in the right direction. This one right here. And so, and I need a good, male bun hair, but, I put it on my figure and I just can't seem to, it never stays. I always just take it off and put something else on. So I think I'll be using this buzz cut hair style here. And I think I'll use these if I can figure out the forehead thing, because it seems to be up too high on the forehead. And that bothers me about that. So this one is just kind of too messy. The mane hair, it's just kind of too messy. I put it on my hair and my figure, and it doesn't look right. This one, all right. Some of these, okay. Then we go into all the Genesis 8 hair, and there's a lot of good Genesis 8 hair. But it's like this. The ones with it shaved off on the side, it's just like, it looks goofy, kind of. So this one I found worked well today. This Aaron short hair worked on a figure today. And it just looked good because there's enough on the side to make it look almost like, a regular man's haircut. And so that one worked today. This stylish shaved hair is like the best hair I have. I can use it almost on anything, but it doesn't work with Genesis 9. And so this hair works really well. The Genesis 3, it either works or it doesn't, but when it works really well. And this the SP hair for Genesis 3 and 8, and there's another one that's very similar to that one. The classic side part is another one that I use, and I believe that works with Genesis 9. I don't know that the side part does, but the Shy Guy hair works with Genesis 9. I don't know if the spiky hair. What I'm going to do is do a test, and I'm going to be coming through with and I'm going. Oh, this is another, the Leon hair. this one, like I said, it either works or it doesn't. But when it works well. And it's like I have all these male bun hairs and these pull back hairs, and they're really beautifully done. But I put them on my figures, and they just don't look right. They just don't work. And I think it's because they don't have any bangs, and so you've got to get that the male hairline has got to be perfect, right, spot on, or else it just doesn't work. So that's what's up with those. So it's just, okay, enough with the shaving the sides off stuff. It's just like those shave the sides right off and then like big long hair on the top. It's like, yeah, it's a style and a lot of young people are wearing it, and it looks stupid on them and it looks stupid on our characters. And so this, I like the deckhand hair because it's short, so you don't have to worry about it. The top knot hair, there again, you got this top knot with this short on the side. It doesn't work. And this one's, again, short on the side, but luckily they give you the some other morphs so that you can take and shorten the top and make it into kind of like a sort of like the short the short hair here. You can sort of bring it into this world of this short, but it doesn't have the same beauty that this hair has. So there. So there's only so many hairs here that work really well and with your figures. And this Adam hair, it's kind of messy, but it's normal hair. You don't have it shaved off on the side and everything. It's just, and from a distance it can work, even though it's for Genesis 3 males. The Adam hair works really well. I like the beard, the Willis beard here, because there again, it either works or it doesn't, but when it works really, really well. This is another good hair here, because yes, it's shaved off on the side, but you can shorten the top and make it look sort of like a regular man's haircut. And there again, it's not quite as nice as this this short hair, but it works. It can work. And every once in a while, I'll put the short hair on. I can almost always make that short hair, one of those styles, work on my character. And unfortunately, everybody who sees my art says, "Oh my gosh, he's using the same hair every time." It's one or the other of those styles of the short hair, because it seems to work almost every time. So there again, this curl hair is nice. That's another nice one that works. And Pablo has some hair that I believe it's either Pablo or Bruce. Bruce comes with hair, and that's very nice hair. This Takata hair works because it's really long on top, but you can bring it down. You see, you can shorten it on the top and make it look kind of like a normal male haircut. And so it approaches again this hair, but I still think this hair is nicer. And so the Shy Guy gives you nice bangs. If you're looking for bangs, this is the way to go. And it gives you all kinds of different styles with the Shy Guy hair. And I think I tried the Shy Guy hair today, and the Shy Guy hair works on Genesis 9. So what I'm going to do is make a video, like I said, and I'm going to go through, and just for my own knowledge, I'm going to try all these male hairs onto the Genesis 9 figure and find out, which works and which don't. And what I think I'm going to find is that a lot of these hairs do work with Genesis 9, and so it's just the ones that don't, we need them fixed, or we need them to make hair that's exactly like it in for Genesis 9. And it really bothers me to have to rebuy them, but I know that if they make it for Genesis 9, chances are it's going to be really, really good. So like really nice hair. I think they need to set the bar up really high on Genesis 9 hair and not let crap hair in. Just they need to, it's like well, this is tune hair, I believe. So just and you know, a lot of these hairs, I'll say, I like feel like I would never use it, but every once in a while I'll put it on a figure and it will just work. Now, this agent hair, I always think this might work, and I get it on my figure, and because it's like, oh, it looks just like a regular kind of haircut and everything, but it doesn't for some reason work very often, and it's just what another one that I really like a lot is there is a now this the facial variety facial hair for Genesis 8 males. This is a big, and I don't know if this works. I have not tried this on Genesis 9 yet to see if it works. But the Beard Boss works on Genesis 9, and that's a very big one. So it's the not secret agent hair. This hair can work this sometimes. This is a nice hair. So that's a good hair set right there. And this one, this chaotic hair, they have so many different morphs. Every once in a while that can work as well. And this can work. This Royce hair can work also well. It worked really well. And so does the punky tail hair. But I wish there was a way to chop off the tail, the punky tail in the back. There's no way because it's D-Force hair and you can't chop it. So that really bothers me that I have to have the tail on it. So that's another thing. And I don't really know why the punky tail, it's so short. Why did it have to be made D-Force? I don't really understand that question, about that. There's also a secret agent hair that can work really well. I don't know what that is, or some kind of secret agent hair. And this Hudson hair, you think it works. It should work, and I just haven't used it enough. But I every time I use it, I think this should work, and it looks very nice. And I don't know, again, because it comes right up on your forehead, that it's either going to be in the right exact spot for the hairline or not. And I believe that also might have also. This is the same thing for the Martin hair. It's very nice hair, but is it in the right place on the forehead for it to look right on the hairline? And that's really these hairs need to have a and the same thing with this short hair it's like if it doesn't come down, if it doesn't go right on the hairline, it's just not going to work. Bruce has some nice hair too. So it comes with hair. So yeah, those are some of the best hair that I use a lot. So all right, well, that's going to do it for me, and it's just my my rant that I go through. I kind of run through it with my head every single night about what I'm going to do here. And these figures and all. Rocco's another one. Rocco's a nice figure to start out with. It just takes you off to a completely different direction with the figures, and then you can change them, and you can add a little bit of like Alex Capital to Rocco, and then you have something very uniquely different, unique, the one-of-a-kind kind of character. And Bruce is probably right up there in the top 5, maybe even the top 3. So, yeah, Bruce is right up there in the top 3. And, yep. I would say that Casper is in the top 3. And maybe I'd have to go with Fergal as well in the top 3 because of this jaw that he has, and it's just, you can just dial in a little bit of them and that jaw comes right out, and it's an amazing thing. So, all right. I have got to go. I've got to go. Oh, you like the Abe one? Vecco. All right. Angus, you take care. Yeah, Abe is thank you very much for the compliment on Abe. I lucked out on that. I lucked out on him because going black and white it fixed the Vecco University hair. Okay. Good night, Angus. You take care, and I will talk with you later. Later. You have a wonderful sleep, and Sigmund's gonna say good night, and he's gonna dance a little bit. Good night. Oh, that was nice, Sigmund. Good night. And Hector's gonna say good night. Good night. Oh, that was nice too, Hector. So, all right, I will be back, Ed. I hope you got something out of my rant. I'm sorry if it seems kind of negative about the Genesis 9. Like I said, I'm buying them. I'm still paying them for them. I'm supporting Genesis 9. I just can't seem to put it all together yet to use them. So I will be back. We're going to work hopefully on Fluidos and Parsis. And there's also a thing called Flockit. These are things that I would like to work with and create like flocks of birds and stuff like that. So, or maybe just a whole bunch of spinning tops or something. So I'm not sure what to do, but I like this. We're going to work with dropping and turning balls into jellos and dropping them, little animations, maybe a whole bunch of things falling on the floor, glass breaking and shattering, things like that. So it may not be like beautiful scenes like this. It might just be and that's what this is just making a sky. So a sky starfield. That's what this was all about today. Was, in other words, like a 3D particle field. So that's what this was about. So I am going to share this, and it will be probably within the hour. You will be able to click on a link in this video description and download the Starfield. Okay? So thank you again for watching, and take care. Have a lovely evening, and I will see you again in the next DAS 3D TV tutorial, and take care. Alrighty, good night. Please like, subscribe, click the bell for notifications, and leave comments down in the under the video. And thank you very much if you're tuning in afterwards. Thank you for watching, and I hope you learned something, and take care. All the best to you. Bye-bye.